Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's hearing. Before we hear the first of our commemorations, I have a word of thanks to say. Mrs. Konushuke has obviously been doing her baking this morning, and she brought in 2 loaves of Lebanese bread. They look extremely tasty, one for my ushers and one for me and perhaps my team if they're well behaved. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. We look forward to eating them later on. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you. Sir, can I tell you, first of all, that following discussions with a number of people and lawyers, Tuesday has become, as I think you're aware, a very packed day. I know that you are very concerned that everybody has the space and time that they need, and that you yourself want to have time to appreciate the commemorations that are given. Therefore, it seems to be common ground with everybody that we will move some of the commemorations into Wednesday and have a lighter Tuesday and then probably a half day or so on Wednesday. I'm also very pleased to tell you that Mr. Nabil Shakir, who was to give his commemoration, I think today, is going to be able to give his on Wednesday, and in fact I've asked him to be the last commemoration, so that he will in fact be the last of the commemorations that you hear before we conclude the proceedings, and I'm very grateful to him for accommodating us in that way.
Well, that sounds very sensible. Thank you very much. I do think it's important that everyone has plenty of time in order to make their commemorations in the way that they consider appropriate, and that we have time to consider them as carefully as we must. So I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Sir, we have the first commemoration that's on the planned list is that of the Tuku family.
Yes.
The Tuku family are still gathering together, and so we still await them. However, I'm very pleased to say that we have been contacted by relatives of 2 of those who were named by Mr. Millett on Monday as not feeling able to participate, to say that they would like some small commemoration to be made of their loved ones. And so there are now to be commemorations for Victoria King and Alexandra Atala from flat 172. The relatives are not here, but they have provided a short statement with some material, and they've asked Daniel, their solicitor, if he would come and deliver the commemoration for them. And so I'm going to ask him to come forward.
Good, thank you, yes.
Morning.
As you know, I'm using all solicitors' first names. I hope you won't take that as any form of rudeness. Thank you very much for your efforts to obtain commemorations for these 2 people. Perhaps you'd just like to tell us what's going to be involved, and we'll leave it to you.
Yes, thank you. The family are grateful. 2 siblings of Victoria King have been in contact with the inquiry and with me, and they wish a short statement to be read about Victoria and their niece Alexandra. They lost contact with their sibling and their niece, and I'm going to read a short statement on behalf of Penny, and perhaps if the pictures that were provided to the inquiry could be shown, I'll just identify Penny and Vicky from those pictures, and then I'll read the very short statement.
Of course.
So Penny is the older sister of Vicky. Penny's therefore in the red dress there on those steps, with Vicky in the blue dungarees. After losing touch with my younger sister Vicky, I spent many years trying to find her through friends in the UK. Eventually, thanks to the Salvation Army family tracing, I was able to get in touch with her and my niece, Alexandra, living in Grenfell Tower. If this had not been the case, no family member would have known they had perished, as no one knew they were still living there. The time we had back being in touch means a great deal. I wish it had been for much longer. They were and are still together, and that is what is important. The fire was a tragedy for all of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Daniel, while you're there, I think we're also seeing some other photos which have been...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I can please ask you to give us some time, we'll get the Tuku family settled, and as soon as they're ready, I'll ask you to come in.
Yes.
Can I say that that's actually a commemoration which is going to take probably about 45 minutes or so, so we'll be here for some time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very well. Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Richard.
So I think you can see why it took a little bit of organisation.
Yes, of course.
We're very pleased to welcome a large number of people. The first person who's going to speak is, I think, Winter. Yes. Yes, but I think before we start, you're going to introduce everybody. So start off with, tell us who you are.
Okay. My name's Farouza Afiwaki. I am Amal's sister, and this is also Amal's sister, Fatima Ahmedin, and then we've got Hawa, she's Amal's sister, Winter, Amal's sister, and then we have Muhammad Noor's family as well. We have Muhammad Noor's brother, who's Ibrahim Tuku, and this is
Speak into the mic for us, please.
It's all right. Ibrahim, who is Amna's husband, and we've got Bilen and Fanai and Adiam, who are all Amal's friends, and Amna, who is Amal's cousin.
And sir, in case I've not said so, these are the commemorations to Ibrahim Tuku, Farouza Afiwaki,
Hi, my name is Winter. As my sister mentioned, I'm Amal's sister. I've written something to kind of give you a really tiny glimpse of the kind of people they were. So Amal was the most caring and loving person you could ever meet. Her capacity to love was unmatchable. She didn't care who you were, where you were from, your religion, or whatever walk of life you came from. She would give you the shirt off her back to help you. She loved to have a good time and laugh and surround herself with positive, amazing people. She never judged anybody or placed ridiculous expectations on you. We grew up sharing a room together, and whenever I had nightmares as a kid, she would hold me so tight and squeeze out the nightmares. Growing up, she taught me how precious life was and the importance of the kind of people you surround yourself with. She is supposed to be here, alive. She promised me that she'll be here for all the moments in mine and her lives to come. She loved her friends and family so much, especially her daughter, who was the love of her life. Amal was an incredible mother. Motherhood brought out a layer of her personality that we were all in awe of. When we found out that Amal was pregnant with Amaya, the amount of joy that filled the whole family was unexplainable. We had all burst into tears, realizing the incredible, priceless gift we were about to receive. She was the first baby of the family. From that moment, I had claimed that she was going to be my child. I saw her take her first breath, and I named her Amaya. She was so beautiful. I had planned her whole life in that moment. Amaya was an angel and the sweetest little girl. She loved her parents, Amal and Muhammad Noor. They were such loving parents to her. Muhammad Noor was such an amazing person. He would treat me like I was his little sister. He would buy us gifts every time he'd come round and talk to us as if we were his friends. Amaya's laugh was infectious. Her whole body would shake and she would jump up and down. She would run around and want to play with anybody, young or old. She was so smart and a bit cheeky, and we all realized pretty early on that she was definitely her mother's daughter. We celebrated her 3rd birthday February last year, and you can see her personality forming more and more, and we would get so excited by what an amazing human being she was going to grow up to be. Whenever I would take her to sleep, she would lay so close and rub and scratch your neck, as that was the only thing that soothed her to sleep. I would hold her tight, just like Amal did to me as a kid. And that's how they were when they were being burnt alive, holding each other so tight, trying to squeeze the nightmare away.
Take your time, there's no rush.
Till this day and for the rest of my life, I will never accept that they're gone, and that I will never see them again, and I will never be able to feel their warmth, their kind and loving hearts. I will continue planning Amaya's life, what she would be doing today, tomorrow, her 10th birthday, her 18th, her 21st, and the rest of her life. We all miss them so much. Thank you.
Nearly a year has passed since my family heard the news that my sister's family were unreachable and missing since the fire broke out in Grenfell Towers, where they lived. Those we grew up with, who shared our fondest memories with, celebrated and mourned, have had their lives stolen from them while the whole of London watched. It has been completely surreal and the most painful and devastating time of our lives. We still haven't been able to make sense of the senseless deaths of innocent and precious lives. And amidst the suffering, nothing can overshadow the precious memories, the beauty and the love they brought to each life they touched. Their lives were truly a gift, and we were incredibly privileged for the time we spent with them. Like my sister shared, Amal was my big sister, and she had the most beautiful spirit. And then just over 4 years ago, we heard she was pregnant with my niece, Amaya, who has gone way too soon. A whole life of potential and dreams cut short. Amal was one of the kindest people you could ever meet, and she enriched our lives so much. She was so strong. She never complained and was just loved by so many. She was vibrant. She was funny and cheeky and stylish and wholehearted, and showed me how to live life to the fullest. She lived life like it was her last day and was always the life of the party. Her infectious joy would light up the room, and she'd never leave you in a worse mood than when you met her. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend to many, and a wife and a mother who loved her daughter and would do anything for her. She lived to see those around her thriving and happy, and because of this, she was loved by so many. She was one of the most hard-working people I knew, and she loved people really well. She was always learning a new language. She spoke over 5 languages, from Tigrinya to Arabic to Italian, because she loved making new friends. After getting married to Mohammed Noor, I saw her begin to build a family, and I admired the growth and strength she shone at all times. And as the family began to expand, we received the new addition, Amaya. She was the sweetest and kindest little girl. And Amaya was Amal's pride and joy. It's hard to put into words the joy Amaya brought into our lives. She was musical, and she loved to sing and dance. She'd always have fun like her mum. She'd always stop at someone busking on the street and just break out into dance or just admire their talent. She was so precious. I miss our guitar jams and how she'd like to sing Frozen at the top of her lungs, and just the way she would love everyone she met. And we miss them all so much, and we have so much to learn from the lives they lived and the legacies they've left with us. I'm grateful that they loved us so well and they've loved life so fiercely. We miss and love you always, and you're forever in our hearts. Thank you.
Now, I think, is Ibrahim going to speak? Or is it the video now?
Hello. It is Ibrahim, Mohammed Noor's brother.
I think what we've got now is a video, is that right?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم وعافهم واعف عنهم وأكرم نزلهم ووسع مدخلهم واغسلهم بالماء والثلج والبرد ونقهم من الخطايا كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس وأبدلهم دارا خيرا من دارهم وأهلا خيرا من أهلهم وزوجا خيرا من زوجهم وأدخلهم الجنة وأعذهم من عذاب القبر وعذاب النار يا عزيزي يا غفار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. My name is Ibrahim Tuku Mohammed Noor. I lost my brother Mohammed Noor, his wife Amal, and their 3-year-old daughter Amaya during the Grenfell Tower fire on 14 June last year. Although we all lived in different countries, Mohammed Noor and his family were a huge part of my whole family's life. My family is still not able to come to terms with the loss we have experienced. Today I would like to share Mohammed Noor and his family's story. The thought of reading this account at the inquiry reminds me of how I felt when I was going to the Grenfell Tower site visit. I went along to all the meetings and did all the checks, but when it came to signing, I felt as if I could imagine just opening the door of the flat and it was too much, so couldn't go through with it. That's why I have decided to record my statement. My family are originally from Samina wa Adagahamus via Jeddah area of Asmara in Eritrea. Asmara is a small and beautiful city known as Piccola Roma or Small Rome. I remember the people being very friendly, kind, welcoming, hardworking, and peace-loving. They live a communal life and they share what they have as family. I come from a quite large family. I was one of 9 children. In order, I have 3 older sisters, then Mohammed Noor, then another brother, then me, and 2 younger sisters and brother. The youngest, our little brother, died in the military some time ago. As far as I know, there is a 2-year gap between me and Mohammed Noor. My mother was a housewife and my father worked as a truck driver. He was often away from our family, but luckily my grandparents' house was so close to our house that we had chance to spend a lot of time with our grandparents and we lived between both houses. I would say that Mohammed Noor and I were privileged to have the benefit of 2 houses, especially Mohammed Noor as he spent more time at my grandparents' house growing up, Most of the time, he would spend the night at their house, whereas I would just spend the day there. In that sense, I think Muhammad Noor had a very privileged childhood. Sometimes Muhammad Noor would come to the window at my parents' house and would ask us, "What's the meal today?" If he knew that it was something like vegetables, he would say, "Sorry, I'm not coming today. I'm staying with my grandparents," and then I would do the same as well. Here is a photograph of Muhammad Noor and me next to the door of my grandparents' house inside the gate of the compound. He was around 5 years old and I was about 3. Muhammad Noor was a very funny boy. My siblings and I always wanted him to stay with us. We didn't want him to go to our grandparents' house. He loved entertaining people and would do whatever he thought would entertain people, including singing. He used to sing a lot, mixing Tigrinya and English. He was well known to the neighbors' children because he used to perform some sort of drama and theater by gathering children from the neighborhood. Sometimes he would use a curtain with candle lights to make a cinema screen. I don't remember any particular songs, but I remember that he was very creative in developing his own songs and his own funny jokes. This went on throughout childhood from when I was about 5 or 6 and during and including my school age. In general, until he left the country, he was really one of the good characters. Apart from that, he used to organize football tournaments among us, the neighborhood children. During the whole tournament, he would also perform as a commentator. This was happened most of the time through the summer holidays. He would also prepare some prizes using local material like a plastic container. He would cut the top of 2 containers, then put one upside down under the other so it looked like a prize cup. I remember I was very interested in playing and watching football games. Muhammad Noor used to get some money from my grandfather and he would give it to me for me to go and watch the games. He was not that interested to come with me to watch the game. He would prefer to organize his own football tournament and make fun out of with his commentary. In addition, Muhammad Noor used to help my grandfather on a regular basis, especially when my grandfather became visually poor. He would take him from home to the shop. My grandfather owned a tailor's and clothing shop, and Muhammad Noor would work half days there every day, whilst my eldest sister was in charge of running the shop. He would work every day either in the morning or afternoon and go to school for the other half. Then I would swap shifts with him. We started working in the shop from early on, around 11 years old, especially Muhammad Noor, because he was staying more with our grandparents and he used to go to our grandfather from the age of about 11. Muhammad Noor would never say no to helping my grandparents. He was also supporting everyone. He would never say no to helping anyone. I used to admire Muhammad Noor so much. I always want to play with him and I never wanted to miss any of his jokes. As brothers, we used to play fight and wrestle each other. I used to love him a lot. I learned some characteristics from him. For example, I wouldn't say no if I was asked to do something or if people were looking for help, which I learned from him. In terms of jokes and other things, he was extremely gifted, so I couldn't do it the same as him, but I still tried with some of my friends. I used to follow him everywhere. I liked following him because I used to feel comfortable around him. But one day he asked me to go back and stop following him. I insisted and didn't listen to him. I remember it was the day before Eid. He grabbed a stone and threw it in my direction, and it accidentally hit me. When he saw that I was hurt, he was shocked because it was not intentional at all. I remember I had a bandage patch on my head on Eid, which I can laugh about now. I had never seen him as shocked as that day. He was so frightened. After that, he was trying to comfort me and treat me by making balls and other stuff to me feel better. Here is a photograph of me and Muhammad Noor when I was around 12 and he was 14 years old. We had taken the bike to the photo shop to get a picture taken. The bike belonged to Muhammad Noor, but he asked me to hold it with him when we took the photo. While the bike was a present sent from my maternal uncle in Nigeria to Muhammad Noor, he shared it with me and we used to take turns using it. We helped each other learn to ride using this bike. During that period in our area, children did not have bikes like this one, so we were very privileged to have this. Normally, people went to visit the photo shop during festivals or special occasions. I believe this photo must have been taken on Eid, as our family regularly went to the photo shop on Eid. Here is another photograph of Muhammad Noor posing with the bike. In terms of going to the mosque, Muhammad Noor always used to take my grandfather, even early in the morning, which is quite hard to wake up for. He influenced me in that matter as well. He was well known to everyone in the mosque, and he was quite active with the members, especially during Ramadan, as he would be active in serving food for poor people and others who couldn't break their fast at home. During other special events such as marriage or gathering to give condolences, he would be quite involved because he liked socializing. He remained active in the mosque from childhood until he left Eritrea. The local mosque was called Khalid ibn al-Walid Mosque. When it came to education, he was quite outstanding. I benefited from that as he used to help me with my studies. Though we attended different schools, Muhammad Noor went to Simrat Akhriya School and he enjoyed studying. He was among us the top in his class and English was his favorite subject. Later on in high school, he preferred studies including chemistry, biology, and physics. He had an ambition to become a medical doctor. He also took up hobbies in school like drawing and writing poetry. I would describe him as an artist. I heard a story from one of Muhammad Noor's friends in school when Muhammad Noor was around 15 years old. There was a lady Muhammad Noor admired. He was not brave enough to express himself around her, so he arranged a whole drama and asked his friends to stop her in the street so he could come to rescue her, and then from that moment he was able to express himself and take her for a tea. He dropped out of high school towards the end and he went to Sudan as he was involved as an undercover agent with the freedom fighters. He had to leave because he was wanted by Ethiopian government who ruled Eritrea at the time. This was in 1989, so he would have been around 17 years old. Before he left, Muhammad Noor was trying to give some information to my family that he was going to leave the country because he was being chased by the authorities. We don't know how he became involved as an agent. He was quite politically active, but it was hard to express a view against the Ethiopian government at that time. He could only collaborate secretly with the freedom fighters. Out of my family, Muhammad Noor was politically active. Muhammad Noor lived in Sudan for less than a year before moving to Nigeria. We stayed in contact by post during that time. He did not return to Eritrea until many years later. Muhammad Noor stayed with my late maternal uncle in Nigeria, and I missed him a lot, especially in the beginning. Not only that, I was becoming more responsible after he left, as I became the eldest son, so the burden fell on me. With regards to my education, Muhammad Noor already helped me to have a good pace, so I continued the same as before. The help he had given me stayed with me. He had taught me the best way to study and supported me. My siblings also really missed him. Soon after Muhammad Noor moved to Nigeria, our family all moved into my grandparents' house to live together. Both my grandparents used to worry about Muhammad Noor a lot shortly after my grandmother passed away. I remember as soon as Muhammad Noor got to Nigeria, he was studying, but I don't remember what he was studying or for how long. From Nigeria, Muhammad Noor moved to the UK in around 1991. From what I know, my late uncle was very much interested in education and wanted Muhammad Noor to study in London. Muhammad Noor liked the UK because he was very much looking to continue his education, and he was studying as soon as he arrived. I remember he was also volunteering in an area related to his studies and working and sent some money back to our family. Since he came to the UK, he stayed in London. I think he stayed in London for most of his life. Muhammad Noor completed his BSc in genetics in Queen Mary University in June 1999 and went on to study his MSc in bioinformatics at University of Westminster from 2002 to 2004. When Muhammad Noor moved to the UK, our grandfather was always asking Muhammad Noor what he was doing. When friends visited Asmara from the UK, our grandfather would pass on the message for Muhammad Noor to visit Asmara because at that time Eritrea was independent. Everyone who came to our home would ask about Muhammad Noor and why he was not coming to visit us because the country was independent. We all really missed him. Muhammad Noor only visited about 3 or 4 years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see my grandfather alive again because my grandfather passed in around 2000 or 2001. I left Eritrea in 2000 and later moved to Saudi Arabia. Having served in the Eritrean military, Muhammad Noor used to talk to me about my options and where I could find a place to live my own life. But at the same time, he was a bit concerned about the family because after I left the country, none of us brothers were there anymore to look after them. My younger brother had died in the war by that stage. Muhammad Noor really supported me through this time, and he was the main person I felt I could confide in. Other brothers, we used to keep in regular communication. He was really involved in my situation, especially as I was struggling to settle in Saudi Arabia. He was looking for me to consider alternative options in terms of where to live, as he wanted the best for me. Muhammad Noor was the only one of us who was in the UK. As far as I remember, he was always happy, but he was always concerned about other people, especially with my case. Financially, he was supporting my family back home. He was assisting me while I was in Saudi Arabia. At the same time, he was supportive towards my 2 sisters who live in Germany, not only financially, but he also used to visit them regularly, particularly during the last 4 years. The financial support was mainly to my family back home, especially once I was earning enough to support myself. However, he would still help me as and when I needed. Having stayed in London since his arrival in the UK, Mohammed Noor had made his own community here. He was actively participating and volunteering with charities. He had a very diverse group of friends, some from his studies, his workplace, the community, and the mosque, along with others. He had some very close friends here, and he was popular, just as he was at home in Asmara. He saw himself as a people person and was loved by many. In particular, he was quite involved as a member of IMCA, the Eritrean Muslim Community Association, during Ramadan, Eid, and the summer holidays. He was involved with entertaining the children during the summer holidays. He liked entertaining the children in general, just as he did when he was a child himself. He was very generous to his friends. If he had a plan to meet someone, he always took something for his friends, especially water. He was working for an advertising company, and if there was some leftover samples like perfumes, he would share them with his friends. In addition to that, if someone was moving into a new flat, he would help them with painting. He enjoyed painting and decorating, and he was good at it. His final employer was Red Consultancy, where he was a receptionist, and they knew about these qualities, including his generosity and his ability to do painting and decorating. According to his friends, if he heard anyone gossiping, he would try to stop them and tell them, "You don't need to talk about someone who is not with us." He only liked to talk about things he was sure about. He didn't entertain and speculation or gossip, even with me. When I was in Saudi, if I mentioned something that was not certain, he wouldn't accept it. He would ask me to go back and check it before talking about it. He was known for being very well-mannered. Here are two recent photos of Mohammed Noor in London. In 2010, I planned to get married, and Mohammed Noor supported me as a big brother. He advised me to plan for the future of my family and take care of my marriage. Sadly, he couldn't attend because I gave short notice and because of his job. However, he was financially supporting me, and he had a plan to bring our mom to attend. Unfortunately, she could not attend because she couldn't get a visa. Soon after I got married, he told me that he was planning to have an Islamic marriage to his partner Amal, who we called Samia, within a few months. Unfortunately, I was not able to visit Mohammed Noor and Samia in the UK, but I spoke with them regularly over the phone. From what I know, they were very happy together as a couple, and Samia was a great partner to Mohammed Noor. They visited Asmara to see my mother, which was a really important trip to everyone. My mom was so pleased and excited to see him with someone and starting a family. When Mohammed Noor informed me that he and Samia were expecting a baby, I was very happy, and so was my wife. I remember when we sent him a type of curtain as a present to give some privacy for the mom with her baby. In our culture, this is something we believe is necessary when a newborn comes into a family. Although I never met Samia, I was so pleased she had joined the family. Every time I called Mohammed Noor, I would ask how Samia was keeping. Here is a photograph from one of Mohammed Noor and Samia's trips to Asmara during Eid. I think it was their last visit to Asmara together. From left to right, the photo shows Samia, my mother, Mohammed Noor, and my nephew. I was very happy and excited when I heard about Amaya's birth. This was something every member of the family was waiting for. We used to spend our best wishes on Amaya's birthday. Muhammad Noor shared birthday photos and sometimes videos. I started to introduce Amaya to my daughter whenever we received a picture of her from Muhammad Noor, and I would explain to my daughter how Amaya was related. This is a photo of Muhammad Noor holding his daughter Amaya, which he sent to me. It looks like Amaya was 1 year old. Muhammad Noor was very, very happy. I couldn't tell you how happy he was. He had a special attachment with Amaya and loved her more than anyone. Muhammad Noor always talked about his daughter Amaya, and his heart was 100% with Amaya at all the time. He was always very keen to see her when he came home from work. Every time he visited her at the flat, he would help wash and dress and comb her hair before doing anything for himself. Above all, he always gave her priority before anything, even before himself. He had a lot of love for her, and he was very committed to provide everything she wanted. All his friends and family knows how close he was with her because he always talked about her. Muhammad Noor used to take Amaya out a lot and sing songs to her and talk to her almost like she was his close friend. This is another photo of Muhammad Noor and Amaya, which is more recent. I asked my sisters in Germany to tell me more about Muhammad Noor and Amaya, as they had seen them more recently. When I spoke to them, they were too emotional to explain in detail, but one of them sent me a voice note. She mentioned that in December 2016, Muhammad Noor and Amaya came to visit them in Germany. That was the last time they saw Muhammad Noor and his daughter. They had a very good time together during the visit. My sister told me that both her and my other sister would be waiting for Muhammad Noor to come and eat breakfast, but it would get cold by the time he arrived because he had to make sure he had got Amaya ready and fed her first. Everybody knew he only wanted the best for Amaya. He would even call around to different places to get the best quality things for Amaya. After that trip, my sister used to call Samia every so often, and they had a plan to meet in Germany in August 2017. They agreed that Samia would come with Amaya. However, due to the tragedy, it didn't happen. My sister told me that this is something which she couldn't forget for the rest of her life. Here are some recent photos of Amaya which my sister in Germany shared with me. Here is a photo of Muhammad Noor sent me from Amaya's 3rd birthday party at the flat in the Grenfell Tower. I remember Muhammad Noor saying that the party was great with lots of friends in attendance. This is another photo from Amaya's birthday. It is a photograph of the television. People were sharing this photo widely on Facebook in the aftermath of the fire. This is a photograph of my mother holding Amaya in around 2014 or 2015. I believe this was the first time that Amaya visited Eritrea, and the last time that Muhammad Noor's family visited Eritrea. Amaya was under the age of 1. This is a very important photo as it was a very special moment for my mother. The photograph is taken inside the gate of my maternal grandparents' compound, where Muhammad Noor spent a lot of time growing up. My family have all lived in that house since Muhammad Noor left. Both my maternal grandparents have now passed away. I remember asking my mother how she felt to see Amaya because we were all waiting for Muhammad Noor to have his own family. My mom was very fond of Amaya. During this visit, my mom and Amaya would just cuddle all day and night. This is a photograph of Muhammad Noor with our mom in Eritrea. Here is a photograph of all of us siblings who grew up together in one house. Muhammad Noor made this collage and shared it. He is in the center. He was very committed to his family and was always wondering about what his siblings were up to. From the top left corner going clockwise, the photos show my eldest sister, my sister living in Saudi, me, my sister who is still in Asmara, and my two sisters living in Germany. The photo is missing my youngest brother who died in the army and my other brother. A note from Mohammed Noor's employers reads, Mo joined PR agency Red Consultancy in July 2007 as a nighttime security porter. Over the years, his abilities saw him take on additional office management responsibilities to help ensure the smooth running of the office. Mo was a much respected and loved employee who always went the extra mile, whether enthusiastically taking on additional projects or helping colleagues. Mohammed Noor's employers also told me that it was testament to how well regarded he was that his colleagues organized a fundraising a football game in his memory. Much for Mo raised £10,000 to fund children's project in Mo's local community at the Eritrean Muslim Community Association. One of Mohammed Noor's colleagues said, Mo was one of those rare people who brought everyone together and made the world a better place. I will never forget his bright smile and his positive attitude towards others. Like Mohammed Noor's colleagues, I will always never forget how he was always smiled. Everyone who knew Mohammed Noor described him as a kind, wonderful, and very lovable. Everywhere I go in London, I met a lot of people saying that Mohammed Noor was my friend, the best friend that I had. Everyone felt that they had a special friendship with Mohammed Noor, even if they only met him once or twice. From that, I understand that he tried to give everyone his time and treated everyone equally. According to my sisters and some friends, Mohammed Noor was also exceptional in terms of providing advice. He had a special ability and communication skills in resolving issues, especially in family issues. He did not like to see people not talking or communicating, so he would mediate. He also did not like to see people, especially relatives, to be financially worried. He didn't like it if any of us had to borrow money. He would rather help us and send us money himself. Everyone remembers how Mohammed Noor would always say, "Don't worry, Kasan." This was his phrase. He was very funny, cooperative, and helpful. He would always tell me not to worry. This would be the first thing he would say whenever I went to him with a problem. For instance, when I lived in Saudi, I would tell him about things that concerned me and tell him that I was worried. He would reassure me and say, "Don't worry, everywhere has problems." Sometimes I stop and think about everything that has happened over the past years, why I'm here in England and Mohammed Noor is not here. I had never been to the UK before he died. I have been spending time with his friends and wishing he was there too. He was so fun to be around. I wanted to see London with him. I have not seen Mohammed Noor since he left Eritrea. This is a collage that Mohammed Noor made with photos of us two brothers together in around 2015, which he shared on Facebook. I am on the left and Mohammed Noor is on the right. We stayed in contact mainly using Facebook and WhatsApp. He would chat a lot on Facebook Messenger, but unfortunately our contact was limited to telephone calls and messaging, so it was difficult to feel a deep connection. I used to dream of us being reunited. I dreamed of us being together as brothers with our families and children. I was always praying to see him at least once after so many years, and to meet his family and have all our children together. I wanted so badly to introduce Amaya to my daughter. Even my daughter, who is now 7 years old, was very excited to see Amaya. I told my daughter, "This is your cousin," and every time she saw Amaya in a picture, she would kiss the photograph. My children do not know that Muhammad Noor and his family have passed away. We have told the kids that they have gone away on a trip. When I heard the news of the fire, I just prayed they would be alive so we could have the chance to meet at least once as a family. I would beg Muhammad Noor, please come to Saudi. We can find you a job. I used to try to convince him to come, as I knew of others who had moved from the UK to Saudi. I hoped maybe he would come to Saudi for 6 months to a year so that we could spend time together. He could stay with me, then go to the holy sites in Mecca and Medina, and then go to Asmara and see our mother, because Eritrea wasn't far away. His answer was, inshallah, or God willing. Now I'm here in London, and he is not. I left Saudi to come here after I heard about the fire, and I have not been able to go back. I have had to adjust to London without my brother's support and without my family. He was the one I would always confide in when I was going through hardship. My mother has not accepted Muhammad Noor's death, and our whole family is devastated by our loss. It is hard for any of us to even think about it, never mind talk about what has happened. Thank you.
So, of course, you've heard about Mohammed Noor, Tuku Amal Ahmedin and Amaya Tuku Ahmadine. There is, of course, one other person who comes within this group, and that is Amna Mahmoud Idris. And I gather that Ibrahim wishes to say a few words.
My name is Ibrahim Abdul Karim.
I think Ibrahim's going to have an interpreter as well, in case he needs some help. So take your time, and if you need to speak to the interpreter, please do. Would you just tell us how you fit into this amazing family?
Today I want to talk about Amna. It's my wife. She was born on January 1990. She grew up there with her family. In 2010, she moved to Sudan. We married in Sudan on 8th January 2012. When I talk about Amna, I feel the world is stopped. She was all my life, and the meaning very thing to me. Remember her, she loved the artist. She was artist designer at home. She dreamed to complete her education to be artist designer, and she will help everyone. She was know or not know. She was happy to help other people. Also, she was enjoy to read book. I was never find someone like Amna. Now I lost the support. She was supporting me at all time. Not only me, but everyone. You know her. She was the light of her family. I used to live with her for 2 years. When I come in UK, it was difficult time. But I meet her as soon. And it's happened. She came to live with me in UK on 20 of March 2016. After 1 year, I lost her forever. Now I feel very think in my life gone here. I can't talk anymore here. Thank you.
So I think that completes the commemoration, unless there's anything else that anybody wants to say.
Well, thank you all very much. They're very moving tributes, and we're all very grateful to have them. Thank you very much indeed.
So we have to deal with 2 more this morning. They're going to be a bit spread out because of people arriving. So I'm going to suggest that perhaps we might take a tea break until 12:10.
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you very much.
12:10, then. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Richmond.
So we now turn to commemorations for Kamru Mia, Rabia Begum, Mohammed Hamid, Mohammed Hanif and Husna Begum. The commemoration is to be presented by the surviving son and brother, Mohammed Hakim, who is with us on stage. Good morning.
Morning, thank you.
Thank you, more importantly. Perhaps you would just wait for that phone, if we may, to go off. And perhaps you could just tell us who's with you today.
Today with me is my wife on my right-hand side, and on my left there's my solicitor, Mr. Jangir Mahmood, and Clary Mendy, another bereaved, and someone who's supporting me as well. So,
we've met Clary earlier in the week, of course.
Yep.
So welcome. Yes, so you have a statement, I think, to read for us.
Yes, I do. It's of all 5 members of my deceased immediate family.
Thank you. Well, please take all the time you need, and we're very pleased to hear your statement.
Thank you. I'll begin with Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi raji'un. We belong to Allah, and to Him we shall return. Allah is the Arabic word for God in the Islamic religion, and the verse that I just read was a verse from the Quran. I'm going to start by reading my father first, Kamru Mia. My father was born in Sylhet, Bangladesh on 12th of August 1937. He came to the UK in 1963 in the hope of a better life along with job prospects. He decided to settle down in London. His first job was working in a Greek bakery as an assistant to the head baker. A few years later, after my father worked in Agnes Steakhouse in the West End of London, and a few years after that, he worked in Indian restaurants as a tandoori chef. After a few more years of being in London, he then decided to marry my mum and brought her over from Bangladesh to London. Then on 14th of January 1986, I was born. My parents were so happy and full of joy that they had a baby boy. 3 years after I was born, my younger brother Mohammed Hamid was born on 19th of January 1989, and then on 20th of February 1991, my youngest brother Mohammed Hanif was born. And straight after him, my sister Husna Begum was born on 4th of February 1995. She's the youngest member of my family and my youngest of our siblings. By now, my parents had 4 children and lived with us in Chelsea in a flat and were happy with their small family and life. My father was an amazing father, a dedicated husband, and a good Muslim who prayed 5 times daily, and a family man. He was good to my mother as well as us, his children, and nothing mattered more in my father's life than his family and his religion. My father worked extremely hard and took good care of us and my mother. He never deprived us of anything as kids. We would get the best of everything, from expensive clothes, games consoles, toys, and whatever else we wanted. He would take us to parks around Chelsea and other nearby places. The parks that we enjoyed the most were Holland Park in Kensington and Battersea Park, as they both had a lot to see, from a zoo to a koi fish pond and peacock birds. He would also buy us loads of ice cream, always more than we could eat. My father loved watching a lot of nature programs, as well as a lot of action movies as a pastime. Anything with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Lee, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal and Jet Li were amongst his favorites. We would also sit with him to watch alongside my mum too. He was a big fan of the James Bond movies. His two favourite Bonds were Sean Connery and Roger Moore. My father was a humble, loving, caring, honest and loyal and kind man. He was well respected by his community, family and anyone that knew him. Wherever my father went, he made everyone his friend and was adored and loved by people due to his gentle and sweet nature. He was a bubbly person, full of life, loud, fun and energetic. It doesn't matter where he went, he would make people laugh and smile. My father was someone with a heart of gold and was the type of person who would help anyone who was in need of any kind of help. It didn't matter if he knew that person or not. My father would help them regardless with whatever problem they had in life and see that they are happy and smiling again so that they were not sad or upset anymore. He was a great man and a father. He gave me so much in life. As a father, he brought me up from a baby to a young man. He taught me the values and lessons of life and how education and religion was important and why it is so important to be good to others and be respectful and kind. I've shared many great times with my father and have some amazing memories of him which I will cherish for the rest of my life. I will never ever forget my father as he was one of the most important and main figures in my life. I just wish he was still here. Not a second in the day goes by that I do not miss him because I miss him dearly with all my heart. Love you, Dad. Miss you a lot. I will now start reading about my mum, Rabia Begum. My mother was born in Bangladesh on 15th of November 1952. She came to London straight after marrying my father, and a few years later had us, her 4 children. She was the most beautiful, generous and caring, loving mother anyone could ever ask for. Most of all, she was my mum. My mother was more than just all these things. She was the person we would run to as a child, and she would clean up our knees after we had a fall and kiss everything better. She scared away the monsters from under our bed with a giggle. We always felt safe with her. She was the person we would go to as an adult when we were scared or worried. Her advice and wisdom are priceless even today when she is no longer here with us. Sometimes it was easy to take her for granted because she was always there. Her laughter and jokes echoing through the flat, her beaming smile that would put any heart at ease. She was also a great cook. Anything cooked by my mum's hands tasted delicious and had her magic touch to it. I really miss eating my mum's cooking. Lamb curry was my favorite, and my mum would make it the best. She was full of love and laughter, full of life. It's ironic that she should be taken so quickly. She was so valued. Despite being all these things, she was a loving and loyal wife that wouldn't leave her husband's side when he suffered with his illness. She was a fierce mother, protecting her children from all harm, giving individual attention and care to each of us. She was deeply loved and adored by all her family and anyone that knew her. She was the most important person in my life and in my heart and soul. I will never ever forget all the things she done for me as a mother, and will forever miss her dearly, and a piece of my heart will always be missing, which is my mum. I love you, Mum, wherever you are in heaven. I want you to know that you will always be remembered. I will now start reading about my brother Mohammed Hamid. Hamid was the most incredible, fascinating person you could ever wish to meet. His fun-loving personality always shone through, even when he wasn't feeling his best. From looking for ants and building them fortresses with moss and sticks as a child to going for rides in our cousin's car as a young adult. He loved living. He wanted to do so much, not just for himself, but everyone around him. He was my father's guardian angel and was always traipsing after him after Dad had multiple strokes, because he never wanted him to feel lonely, always taking care to bring him treats he enjoyed eating. He was my mother's friend, having a laugh with her, making sure she was okay. He was so modest, never wanting praise for the numerous things he did for his family. His two brothers, me and Hanif, were his best friends. He loved us a lot, and my sister Husna was his buddy. He was a bit of a joker too, and would crack funny one-liners only he could come up with, which were pure genius. He would make us laugh for hours on end. His small world was so happy and fulfilled because he never let anything get him down. He was a trooper, a lionheart, brave and loyal. He would be there with you through thick and thin. Sometimes he would make me feel like he was my older brother, even though he was younger than me, due to the advice he would give me when I was in need of advice about daily life struggles. He was very mature for his age and wise. How quickly he was taken away. The world has lost a magnificent soul, and I have lost a brother who meant the world to me. Love you always, bro. Miss your jokes and the fun times we had. Now I'll move on to my youngest brother, Mohammed Hanif.
Why don't you just take a pause for a second, have a breath or two, because you've been reading for a long time.
Okay. Okay.
And when you're ready, then feel free to start.
Mohammed Hanif was my younger brother. Whoever crossed paths with Hanif was immediately captured by his bright, warming smile. His gentle and kind approach was so unique and made everyone around him feel comfortable and at ease. Hanif's generosity always shone through, be it with gifts or simply friendly advice. Hanif was an extremely passionate person when it came to faith and God, as well as helping others in need. Hanif has always been extremely creative from a young age. He was brilliantly talented in drawing and design and adored animation. He would often create his own animations or create beautiful pictures for our whole family. Hanif loved watching movies, especially sci-fi and Marvel, as well as playing video games on his PlayStation, sometimes with me, Hamid, and Husna. Despite being on Earth for a short period of time, Hanif touched many hearts and will be greatly missed by all his remaining family members, friends, and myself, and anyone that knew him. Love you, little bro. Wish you didn't have to go so soon. Now I'll move on to my sister, who was the youngest out of our siblings. Husna Begum. Husna was the epitome of adventure and spirit. She marveled at the universe and had a burning desire to travel and experience as much of the world as possible. Husna was an intellectual and often indulged in creative writing and studying history. She was an amazingly good cook too. She could make any kind of dish or dessert, and it would always come out delicious and right the first time. If you ever ate her cooking, you would always ask to eat more. She valued her friends and family and would never forget anniversaries or birthdays. She had a great sense of humour too, like my parents and my brothers, as well as being cheeky too from time to time. I still remember bringing her from the hospital as a baby, and me, 9 years of age, holding her with so much joy and happiness that I finally had a little sister too, after my 2 younger brothers. In our family, she was our perfect little star. She was the best sister anyone could ever ask for, and she will greatly be missed. Loved you more than you ever knew. You were my perfect little baby sister. As a result of this fire, not only did I lose 5 members of my immediate family, but I have also been made an orphan by it. I would like to just add a few last words, if I may. I can say with my hand on my heart that I am extremely proud of my family for remaining close to each other in their last moments before passing away. I am even more proud as a brother that my siblings did not leave my parents behind, even though they might have had the chance to escape. My parents were elderly and had mobility issues. My father had previously had 2 strokes and a heart attack. He should not have been on the 17th floor. We had complained about this numerous times. As loving children, they chose to stay with their parents. I consider my family as nothing less than soldiers. They are the bravest among everyone I know. Mum, Dad, Hamid, Hanif, and Husna, I love you always and miss you always. My beautiful family, you'll never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Those were tremendous portraits, and I admire your courage and the way in which you presented them. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So I think I can say without any contradiction that those of us who speak for a living professionally know how difficult it is to do this sort of thing, and we have been astonished at the abilities of people to express themselves in such a way. And may I please, on behalf of all of the professionals here, pay tribute to everybody who has spoken and will speak. So I don't quite know whether our next speakers have arrived, but I see the time is past. I know it's not a particularly long commemoration.
But we don't want to interrupt it, do we?
We don't want to interrupt it.
And we need to make sure that we rise in proper time.
Indeed. So it may be the safest course is to let them commemorate after lunch.
Well, have you had a chance to speak to them?
I have not yet. So
Right.
may I just
Well,
have a
you
couple
should- I think you need to have that chance.
Yes.
And ask them what they'd like to do, but
Very well.
explain to them that we shall need to rise promptly. And as far as I'm concerned, if they're happy to wait until 2 o'clock, there's no difficulty about that.
Thank you. May I just have 2 minutes to sort that out?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Would you like me to rise now?
Probably safest. Thank
Yes.
you. coming in, literally. Sorry, sir,
Well,
I didn't give the usual warning.
That's all right. Now, Mr. Richmond, have you managed to speak to
We
those
have
concerned?
spoken to them. They have literally just arrived.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
wonder if they could please just get their breath and do their commemoration at 2 o'clock.
I think they should, yes. That's
Thank you very
sensible.
much.
All right, well then, we'll break now and resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you
Yes?
very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Richard.
Sir, thank you. First point, I think you would have heard what I've said, but we are able to sit at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yes, good.
Thank you. Secondly, this is now the commemoration for Fatia Ali Ahmed El Sanosi.
Yes.
And Nancy Collins from the solicitor firm is going to introduce our commemorators and explain what's going to happen.
Good, thank you.
So here today we have Hayat, sister to Fatia, and Wafa, close friend and distant relation to Fatia, and they together have prepared a pen portrait which Wafa will read first in English and then in Arabic.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Before I read what Hayat, Fatiha's sisters, okay.
Just so they can pick you up. That's
Right.
absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Just to say that again, before I read the pen portrait of Fathia, written by Hayat, I just wanted to add something that about Fathia on the personal level of my relationship with her. As Fathia is not just someone from the community, but she's my older sister, she's my godmother, and she's a very, very close friend to mine. And Fathia and I, one of the greatest things about Fathia, Fathia was a pillar of the Sudanese community in London. She was highly respected. She was a source of wiseness and jolliness to the community. People go to her house all the time. Her house was always full of people. She was really welcoming. People go to her for advice. And one thing that might not come across in any thing that's been written about Fathia in the media or anything, that Fathia was one of the people who sat a supplementary school for children in Kensington and Chelsea called the Asa Supplementary School. She was one of the first teachers to help children connect with their culture. She was one of the fierce defenders of the children knowing about the culture, the English culture or the British culture they are in. She defended supporting the national curriculum core subject to be taught in the school. And she worked in that school since early 90s until 2004. That school was has been running until now, and that school got the prize of the best supplementary school in Kensington and Chelsea, and the prize was given by the mayor of Kensington and Chelsea. So Fathia was one of the people who ran that school, supported the children, and supported the whole thinking of maintaining and preserving the Sudanese culture and the British culture together. So I just wanted to say that. Now I'm going to read what Hayat wrote about her sister. I wish to say a few words about my sister Fathia, who lived in flat 206 at Grenfell Tower on the 23rd floor and died in that fire. Fathia was born in 1940 in Sudan, in our hometown of Al Nuhud. She was 10 years older than me, and she was like a mother to me. I feel that she had adopted me as her child. Our mother did not work, and we did not live with our father, who lived with his other second wife. We came from a large family, and Fathia was my closest sibling in age. When I was born, our older brother and sister had moved away from the family home, so it was just me and my mother and Fathia who lived together. When I was very young, we left Al Nuhud and went to live with our brother in Khartoum. We added another paragraph, and Hayat thinks that's important, that when Hayat was 13 years old, she was a victim of a fire. And because of that, Hayat is partially disabled. And Fathia was the main support for her as a victim of fire and a disabled person. Fathia became literally adopted Hayat and became her mother and supported her in her education until Hayat went to university. Fathia was supporting her constantly. Knowing the culture, if a woman have any kind of disability back in Sudan, she might be ostracized from the community, she might be treated in a different way, and Fathia was the person who was there, supported Hayat, accepted her disability, and encouraged her until she finished university. When I was at primary school, Fathia was a primary school teacher. She would look after me at home and at school. She would support me emotionally and financially. When I attended middle school and secondary school, I did not live with Fathia because I was in a boarding school. I would come home in the holidays and spend all my time with her. Fathia would take me everywhere she went, to see her friends and anywhere she was visiting. Fathia was always the one who looked after me and who encouraged me with my education. My best memories of Fathia from my childhood are of the time we spent by the Red Sea. We would travel there together and stay with our uncle who had a boat. I remember then teasing me because I was scared of the water. Our uncle would say that the water was not deep and would jokingly then take me to the side of the boat where the water was deepest. I remember us all laughing about this. We had a fantastic time together by the Red Sea. Fathia was the pillar of strength in my family. She had worked hard to become a teacher. She was very kind and she was generous when our uncle died. When our uncle died, Fathia helped to support his children. She was really loved by people in our community and she had a beautiful soul. Fathia was also a fantastic cook. She was well known for her traditional Sudanese cooking. She was welcoming and people would flock to her home. People missed her when she moved to live in London. And when she came back to Sudan to visit, people would be excited to see her again.
Take a second, there's no rush.
Fathia was wonderful at sewing. She was very creative, and sewing was another source of income for her. Fathia would make bridal dresses and she could print and stitch material to make beautiful saris. Fathia would also create things from leather. She would decorate plain shoes and handbags with the leather items she had made. Fathia had learned to sew from the Italian nuns. Sorry, I just need.
Nancy.
Fathia had learned to sew from the Italian nuns who lived in all over Sudan. She could also make jewelry using stones and beads. She was well known for her artistry. When Fathia married, I stayed living with our brother. I would still see Fathia nearly every day, although we did not live together anymore. Fathia's husband was in the military. He died suddenly in 1984 in suspicious circumstances. Although he was in the military, he had opposed the war in South Sudan. Life was hard for Fathia after her husband's death. Fathia and her children had to leave their home on the military base and then had to rent somewhere to live. Sometimes after her husband's death, Fathia had a farm, some distance from Khartoum where we lived. Fathia kept chickens on the farm and sold the eggs, and she grew feed for cattle. She did this to support her family because she was paid very little as a teacher. At one point, the government took the farm away from Fathia, but she fought to get it back, and the farm was returned to her. At this time, I was working in the Ministry of Statistics, and I helped to support Fathia and her family financially. Due to the struggle in Sudan and the civil wars taking place, Fathia left to live in England. This was in the 1990s, earlier, and it was not difficult to get a visa. Her two eldest children had left to study in Eastern Europe, but when struggle broke out in there, Fathia fought to get her children out, and they were able to move to Holland. Fathia's daughter later moved to England. When Fathia first moved to England, she lived somewhere in South London. After a while, she moved to Kensington and Chelsea, and Fathia suffered heart difficulties and spent a month in hospital. When she came out, she was offered housing by Kensington and Chelsea and eventually moved into Grenfell Tower. I wasn't able to travel to visit Fathia when she moved to England, and I missed her very much. We first met again in 1998 in Syria. I was overjoyed to see her. Fathia had arrived first and had paid for 2 hotels' rooms. However, when we saw each other, we could not be separated. We stayed in one room with Fathia's daughter and our eldest sister. I remember the hotel manager asking why we were in one room, but we didn't care. We just wanted to be together, and we had a beautiful and wonderful time. Fathia obtained a British passport in around 2000, and then it was easier for her to return to Sudan. She would come once or twice a year for several months. Over time, she had managed to build a little house for me to live in, and Fathia would stay there with me when she came to visit. Fathia was kind to build this house. I had been living with our brother and his family, and I think Fathia knew that I needed my own space. As I said earlier, Hayat needed her own space because of her disability. And Fathia was highly aware about that, and this is why she worked really hard to build that little house so Hayat can get independence. I think she always felt responsible for me, and she wanted me to be comfortable. The final time that Fathia came to visit Sudan was from November 2016 to March 2017. This was a wonderful time. I now wonder if Fathia knew that something was going to happen to her and that we had to make this time special. We traveled all over the country together, and the only time we were apart was when Fathia visited the Red Sea without me. Fathia came to this country as a refugee seeking security and safety after her struggle with the regime in Sudan, where she and her children had been subject to harassment. She felt safe here in London because of the way she died. This now feels like an illusion for us and definitely for her, if she should know. Our trust in this country has been destroyed. I can't begin to describe my life without my sister. Her death was a terrible shock for me, and I find it very difficult to cope without her. My life has now been damaged by this twice, as we say, it's a double trauma for Hayat because she was a victim of fire herself, and now she lost her sister because of fire. So, sorry for that. I feel lonely and I cannot sleep. That's Hayat's statement in English. Thank you for listening. In Arabic, not with all the other details. I'll just try to be brief. هذه مسودة نبذة شخصية عن فتحية علي أحمد السنوسي بالنيابة عن حياة السنوسي أخت فتحية. أود أن أقول بعض الكلمات عن أختي فتحية التي كانت تقطن في الشقة رقم 206 في الطابق 23 في برج غرينفيل وماتت في الحريق. ولدت فتحية في عام 1940 في بيتنا بمدينة النهود بالسودان، وكانت تكبرني ب10 سنوات، وكانت بمثابة أم لي، وكأنها قد تبنتني ابنة لها. لم تكن أمي تعمل، ولم نكن نعيش مع أبي الذي كان يعيش مع زوجته الثانية. أسرتنا كبيرة، وكانت فتحية الأقرب لي سنا، وعندما ولدت كان أخواني وإخواتي الكبار قد انتقلوا للعيش بعيدا عن بيت الأسرة، لذا كنت أعيش مع والدتي وفتحية فحسب. وعندما كنت صغيرة جدا تركنا النهود وذهبنا للسكن مع أخي في الخرطوم. عندما كنت في المدرسة الابتدائية كانت فتحية مدرسة ابتدائية، كانت ترعاني في البيت وفي المدرسة وتدعمني عاطفيا وماليا. أثناء دراستي الإعدادية والثانوية عشت بعيدا عن فتحية لأنني كنت في مدرسة داخلية، ولكني كنت أعود إلى المنزل في العطلات وأقضي كل وقت معها. كانت فتحية تأخذني إلى أي مكان تذهب إليه لزيارة أصدقائها أو إلى أي مكان آخر. هي التي كانت دوما ترعاني وتشجعني خلال دراستي. أجمل ذكريات طفولتي عن فتحية هي الأوقات التي قضيناها على ساحل البحر الأحمر. كنا نسافر معا ونسكن مع عمي الذي كان يملك مركبا، وكانت تداعبني بسبب خوفي من المياه. وكان عمي يقول أن المياه ليست عميقة، ثم يأخذني مازحا إلى جانب المركب حيث المياه أعمق. أتذكر كم أضحكنا ذلك. قضينا أوقات رائعة على ساحل البحر الأحمر. الإضافة التي أضفتها عندما كنت أقرأ بالإنجليزي هي لها علاقة بالحريق الذي سبب لي حياة ألما شديدا، لأنها هي نفسها تعرضت لحريق عندما كانت في 13 من عمرها. وهذا الحريق الذي أودى بحياة أختها وأطفالها هو بمثابة مأساة ثانية في حياتها. عندما كانت فتحية مصدر قوة في أسرتنا. عملت جاهدة لتصبح مدرسة، وكانت إنسانة طيبة وكريمة. وعندما توفي عمي ساهمت فتحية في دعم أولاده، وكان الناس في مجتمعنا يحبونها فعلا، وكانت روحها جميلة. كانت فتحية طباخة ماهرة، فكانت معروفة بأطباقها السودانية التقليدية، وكانت مضيافة يقبل الناس على بيتها. ولذلك افتقدها الناس عندما سافرت للعيش في لندن، ولكن عندما كانت تزور السودان كانوا يسعدون برؤيتها مجددا. كانت فتحية ماهرة في الخياطة، كانت مبدعة جدا، وشكلت الخياطة مصدر دخل إضافي لها. كانت تخيط فساتين العرس وتطبع الأغمشة وتطرزها لتنتج أثواب الساري الجميلة. وكانت تصنع أشياء من الجلد وتزين الأحذية والحقائب البسيطة بالجلد بالزينة الجلدية التي تصنعها. تعلمت فتحية الخياطة من الراهبات الإيطاليات اللائي كن يعيشن في شتى أنحاء السودان، وكانت تصنع الحلى من الأحجار والخرز، وكانت معروفة بموهبتها الفنية. عندما تزوجت فتحية ظلت أنا في بيت أخي، وكنت أرى فتحية كل يوم تقريبا، رغم أننا لم نعد نسكن معا. كان زوجها يعمل في الجيش، وتوفي فجأة في ظروف مريبة. رغم أنه كان في الجيش إلا أنه كان معارضا للحرب في جنوب السودان، وأنتم تعرفون الحرب في جنوب السودان. أصبحت حياة فتحية صعبة بعد وفاة زوجها. اضطرت هي وأولادها إلى ترك بيتهم في القاعدة العسكرية وإلى استئجار بيت في مكان آخر. بعد وفاة زوجها ببعض الوقت أصبحت لدى فتحية مزرعة صغيرة بعيدة عن الخرطوم حيث كانت تسكن. كانت تربي الدجاج وتبيع البيض وتزرع العلف للماشية. فعلت ذلك للصرف على أسرتها لأن دخلها من التدريس كان ضئيلا جدا. قامت الحكومة بمصادرة المزرعة في وقت ما، ولكن فتحية كافحت من أجل استرداد المزرعة حتى ردوها إليها. في ذلك الوقت كنت أعمل في وزارة الإحصاء، وساعدت في دعم فتحية وأسرتها ماليا. انتقلت فتحية للعيش في إنجلترا بسبب المصاعب في السودان والحروب الأهلية، وكان هذا في التسعينات، ولم يكن من الصعب أن تحصل على تأشيرة. سافر ولدها الكبيران للدراسة في شرق أوروبا، ولكن عندما اندلعت الصراعات هناك عملت فتحية جاهدة من أجل إخراجهما من هناك، واستطاعا الانتقال إلى هولندا. بعد ذلك انتقلت ابنتها إلى إنجلترا. فتحية نفسها تعرضت لكثير من المضايقات من الحكومة، من النظام الموجود في السودان لعدة مرات، وهذا السبب الأساسي الذي جعل فتحية تفكر في الهجرة. في بداية حياتها في إنجلترا كانت فتحية تعيش في مكان ما في جنوب لندن. بعد ذلك انتقلت إلى كنزينغتون. عانت فتحية من مشاكل في القلب وقضت شهرا في المستشفى، وعندما تركت المستشفى عرض عليها حي كنزينغتون وتشيلسي مسكنا، وانتقلت أخيرا للعيش في برج غرينفيل. لم أقدر على السفر لزيارة فتحية، وبعد أن انتقلت للعيش في إنجلترا كنت أفتقدها كثيرا. أول مرة ألتقي بها مجددا في سوريا في عام 1998 فرحت فرحا شديدا لرؤيتها، وكانت فتحية قد وصلت قبلي واستأجرت حجرتين في فندق، ولكن بمجرد ما أن التقينا لم نقدر أن ننفصل عن بعضنا البعض، فبقينا في حجرة واحدة مع ابنة فتحية وأختها الكبرى. أتذكر أن مدير الفندق سألنا لماذا نحن في حجرة واحدة، ولكننا لم نبالي، أردنا فقط أن نبقى معا، وقضينا وقتا رائعا. حصلت فتحية على الجواز البريطاني في عام 2000 تقريبا، مما سهل عليها زيارة السودان، وكانت تأتي مرة أو مرتين في السنة وتبقى عدة أشهر. وبعد مرور بعض الوقت تمكنت من بناء بيت صغير لي لأعيش فيه، وكانت فتحية تسكن معي عندما تأتي في زيارة. ما شرحته سابقا إنه فتحية كانت متعاطفة جدا مع إعاقة أختها، وكانت على فهم عميق إن أختها محتاجة لمكان خاص بها بسبب الإعاقة. لذا فتحية عملت جاهدة لبناء هذا البيت الصغير لأختها لترتاح فيه ولا يكون عندها خصوصيتها لوحدها. كان بناء فتحية بيتا لي كرما منها، فقد كنت أعيش مع أخي وأسرته ولم أكن مرتاحة، وأعتقد أن فتحية كانت تعرف أني بحاجة إلى مكان خاص بي. أعتقد أنها كانت تشعر بالمسؤولية تجاهي وتريدني أن أعيش مرتاحة. آخر زيارة لفتحية للسودان كانت في نوفمبر 1916 إلى مارس 1917. كان وقتا رائعا. أسأل نفسي الآن إن كانت فتحية تشعر بأن شيئا ما سيحدث وأنه يتعين علينا أن نجعل هذا الوقت وقت مميزا. كأنها كانت تشعر بأنها آخر مرة ستلاقي فيها الناس، أو تشعر بحالة وداع. سافرنا إلى شتى أنحاء البلاد، ولم تبتعد فتحية عني إلا عندما زارت البحر الأحمر بدوني لزيارة أولاد عمي. فتحية فتحية حضرت إلى هذه البلد كلاجئة بحثا عن الأمن والسلام من الحالة التي تركتها في بلدها من حروب وحالة أمنية صعبة. جاءت إلى هنا لتبحث عن الأمن والسلام ووجدته في لندن، ولكن يبدو أن ذلك كان حلما. لم تجد الأمن والسلام وماتت بهذه الطريقة المؤلمة. حياة تقول إنه كنا نعتقد أن هذا الأمن والسلام الذي تركت فتحية أختي بلدها لتعيش تحته الآن تدمر. هذا ما تشعر به داخلها، هذا ما نشعر به كلنا. تقول حياة: لا يمكنني أن أصف حياتي بلا أختي. كانت وفاتها صدمة مفجعة بالنسبة لي. من الصعب علي تحمل الحياة بدونها. أشعر بالوحدة ولا أستطيع النوم الآن بسبب ذلك. وشكرا.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes.
So that completes the commemorations for today.
Thank you. And we're going to sit early tomorrow morning.
9:30.
9:30. So we'll end there for today and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you.